benefit that has been extremely notable from many different research institutions and magazines and respected magazines that have spoken and written on the benefits of neem flower is the liver health. So dried flowers can be powdered and consumed every morning, mixed in a glass of warm water, and it helps cleansing the liver and removes unwanted toxins from the body. It is good for liver health as it acts as a purifier. So another very, very extremely powerful way that you can detox the entire system and clean your body. Now, most of us know that the liver health is directly a influence in the amount of purity your blood is. So how much toxins is in your blood, how clean your blood is, so to speak, is all in the power of the liver. The liver is it's literally the detoxifier for the entire circulatory system, for our blood. And we learn about it in middle school and high school. We learn about how the liver is the organ in the body which detoxifies our blood. So now if there is something which can clean the cleansing organ of the entire body, the liver itself, then of course that is going to be extremely powerful. Here it says that we are removing the unwanted toxins from the body. And of course, it helps in doing that just by purifying the liver, rejuvenating the liver cells in many different ways. And we're seeing also different experiments that are conducted that say that in the liver cells, the neem actually helps. The neem molecules and the specific molecules in the neem actually helps in making the liver reverse carcinogenesis. So that means that the making of cancer cells, the making of a tumor that might be happening inside of the liver, and liver cancer being one of the most popular, most well-known cancers that many people suffer from. Many people have done a lot of research on this, the liver carcinogenesis, and have seen how the neem flower has actually, and the medicinal properties inside of neem have actually done so much for reversing and also healing carcinogenesis in the liver. That means the making of cancer cells in the liver. So once again, yes, as you can see, dried neem flowers in the powdered form can be consumed every morning with a glass of water. It helps in blood detoxification and pures the body internally. This means clearer and glowing complexion. So as you can see, the dried neem flowers in their powdered form can be consumed, and this exactly is what helps purify the body internally. The blood detoxification is an extremely important way that each and every one of us needs to take care of our body. We have to ensure that the blood itself is clean, purified, removed. It does not have any toxins inside of it. And because we have toxins inside of our blood, we have so many various effects, including chronic fatigue, including restlessness, including even sometimes the later stages. In many research of our arthritis, we've seen how the higher levels of carbon dioxide in the blood, as well as different toxins in the blood, have increased the pace of how arthritis develops in the joints. And in addition, there's so many different ailments, sufferings, diseases, and disfigurements that you would just be able to break with this extremely powerful herb called neem. And you can ask any Ayurvedic doctor, anyone who is there, the neem flower is extremely powerful and really helpful in blood detoxification and in general, making you more positive, more life positive about everything in your life. Yes, and you can see here that the neem flower also improves metabolism. So how does the neem flower improve metabolism? By consuming it on a regular basis, it improves the pace at which you are taking the nutrients from the food that you're taking, and you are applying that into your system. It improves blood circulation and is good for immunity and offers great positivity. So it's such a great way that you can immediately have and ensure that your whole digestive system, as we were talking about before, the digestive system, your whole digestive system is taking in the nutrients at a faster rate and distributing that within your whole body at a faster rate. And ultimately, the rejuvenation process happens. The dead cells are leaving your body and the new cells are being created in a faster way. That is the ultimate benefit of metabolism. So also we have here how neem flowers are also a treatment of belching, nausea, anorexia, and intestinal worms. So many people have seen how the neem flower has intense, extreme benefits as we are looking at treatments for nausea and anorexia. Many people have these symptoms without even being able to understand why they're having these symptoms or what's going on inside of them. Many people who suffer from eating disorders or anorexia are unable to control themselves, unable to find that kind of really unable to find that kind of really helpful medicine or treatment for anorexia or any kind of eating disorder. But what neem does is really help boost the immune system, boost the metabolic system in order for each and every one to break from those extremely deeply rooted patterns that are ultimately the root of some of these eating disorders, the psychological patterns that inside your head or inside your psychology are stopping you from eating normally or disrupting your normal bodily function. So Ayurveda says that its leaves are magical for eyes and beneficial for treating headaches and skin. So, and here we have one of the experiments here that says that the liver swell, the glutathione S transferase activity in the liver 12 also possesses, the neem flower also possesses chemopreventive potential on memory and liver carcinogenesis. The 4 prenylated flavonoids isolated from methanol extract of neem flowers have been reported as potent anti-mutagens against heterocyclic aminases. So basically what this means, if this is a lot of scientific verbiage for each and every one of you, basically what this research is saying is that without needing the use of chemotherapy or any other cancer treatment, neem flower possesses the properties in order to reverse cancer, reverse carcinogenesis inside of liver cells. So, and it also talks about mammary cells here also. So even in breast cancer, it is extremely effective in reversing the effects and the creation of cancer cells. The next slide, please. Yes. So neem flower is also considered as an antiseptic that can cleanse your system. It is also known to cure skin impurities when applied on the skin. We'll go on to the next slide, please. Yes, so during the summer, the Chaitre month, as a tradition, neem flower, jaggery, salt can be mixed and eaten. And this concoction very extremely potent and sweet juice that you can have. It is known to balance the heat in your body and also balance the pitta in your body. And the boiling the water with neem flower is a very excellent way to strengthen the liver and is a remedy for children as well. So here you can see that for immunity, you need to soak the flower in buttermilk with salt. And like that, 3 days, you have to make sure that it is done. Then you need to store it in an airtight container, and that can be roasted in gingerly oil and can be consumed regularly. Then also, you can soak the flower in water overnight and early morning, And if we start drinking that, the water will help strengthen the body. And lastly, for balancing the pitta, you can roast the flowers in ghee and make that as suvial. So this is meaning make that as one of the primary ingredients in any of the rice dishes that you're making or the curry dishes that you're making. So when you're making that, when you're mixing the neem flour with ghee and making that as a part of the um, basic ingredients that you are mixing into your rice dishes or your curry dishes or anything that you're eating at home, it becomes very powerful and helps you balance the pitta energy in you. This is another extremely powerful part of Ayurveda, and you can, since we don't have time right now, we can explain detail to detail about Ayurveda and its extremely powerful methodology of giving so much of healing to anyone. But if you want to, you can go ahead and just see how that works in your system and how that process starts and what is actually Vata Pitta Kapha, which Ayurveda is extremely which everything in Ayurveda comes back down to. And it's an extremely beautiful way of ensuring that we are attending to the body as it needs. Our body is not different parts or an organ at a time. We have to see our body as a whole system and a whole, including our psychology, our physiology, and even our consciousness together. That is the ultimate practice that is behind Ayurvedic practices. Yes, so this brings us to a conclusion for this segment in today's program. And next, we'll be understanding the differing offerings that we can make. And also, I just like to further explain to each and every one of the viewers about more of Devi Parashakti's ultimate guidance for each and every one of us. Devi Parashakti guided on the different levels at which our immunity is compromised after COVID-19. And yes, I'd like to just go briefly. I request if the volunteer can show the immunity on the COVID immunity slides. Yes, so these slides will take us through what Devi revealed and how exactly we have seen what she forewarned all of us just a few months back has literally come true, and how much we really need to take heed to what Devi Parashakti is saying. Yes, while we get that to you, I would like to invite all of the participants to ensure that you are sharing and ensuring that you are following and subscribing all the official handles of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yes. So briefly, let us go over how Devi Parashakti actually warned us all how COVID is airborne. And in this society, we saw first stage, we saw the denial and criticism of this, especially when the scientists were telling this, were continuously telling this. Then we saw how in society this was accepted as a theory or a possibility. And then further, it was accepted as a fact, but still there was a delayed warning issued. Then there was criticism for the delayed acceptance. And finally, what we're resulted with is nobody being held accountable for the deaths of millions of people. The next slide, please. Yes, so as you can see here, the denial, this is the first stage that we're talking about. Many people were denying the fact that COVID was, first of all, was made in a lab, and also that it would have variants, or that it is actually as powerful or as extremely dangerous as it is, as we are seeing today. So this example is from many different articles from earlier this year. So when I look at the case of Luc Montagnier from French, who's a French virologist and a part of the university. So he's a full-time professor at the Shanghai University in China, and he is the 2008 Nobel Prize winner in physiology and medicine. So he is an extremely well-respected, well-reputed person who has contributed a lot to the field of medicine. And Montagnier had actually promoted several controversial and unverified claims surrounding vaccines, homeopathy, and COVID-19 pandemic. Montagnier was one of the people who were the first people to say that that COVID-19 is airborne, that it was made in a lab, and that it is a weapon in biowar. The next slide, please. And here we have the article. Here we have one article that is saying bombshell, Nobel Prize winner reveals COVID vaccine is creating variants. And further in the article, it goes on to say about how this extremely reputable scientist is really emphasizing the fact how much we need to take heed to the danger of COVID-19, of how it's going to be creating variants, how it is literally a weapon used against the masses, and it is not going to stop very easily. And again, we also saw how many scientists had been insisting that COVID-19 is airborne. It can be not just if you are within 6 feet of an individual who is COVID-19 positive, but even if you are in any vicinity of any person who is COVID positive and they cough or they're even breathing or they're in any state, they can somehow through the air can transfer COVID to you and the virus to you. So here we have the article that said that COVID is airborne. Scientists say now authorities think so too. So what this means ultimately is that scientists have been saying this for such a long time, and authorities are just catching up to what's going on. Why does it take so long for authorities to understand something or to really find the truth in what scientists are saying? And the article goes on to further say, a quiet revolution has permeated global health circles. Authorities have come to accept what many researchers have argued for over a year, and that the coronavirus can be spread through the air. That new acceptance by the World Health Organization and the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention comes with concrete implications. Scientists are calling for ventilation systems to be overhauled like public water supplies were in the 1800s after fetid pipes were found to be harbors of cholera. So actually, scientists have already proposed the solution, but there is a lot of unfortunate vested interest in the wrong health claims that is ongoing. So, yes, the next slide, please. Yes, and then we have the next stage, which we are seeing how coronavirus was denied so far and then accepted only recently. America's delayed acceptance of the airborne COVID transmission is an article from the Mint, in which they say that though scientists have been discussing airborne transmission for months, it was only last week that the WHO and CDC made this official. What took the authorities so long to see something and say something about so many people, lives at risk? The next slide, please. And again, we're seeing, okay, now that they have accepted it and they have accepted that COVID is airborne, now people are giving many advice columns, many different articles, more information on what to do about the latest information. The COVID airborne threat is confirmed. So what to do about it is another article from the Mint. And another article says, is airborne transmission of COVID a risk? Of course it is, but let us understand that it is entirely too late that these articles, that these media professionals are addressing something that should have been addressed years ago. Yes, and also how home quarantine is not possible in India, something that many professionals, many prime ministers have said, and actually after what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself had revealed. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in public satsang just a few weeks back had been insisting that home quarantine is not possible in India. In so many places, it's just not possible. And home quarantine is the prime reason for a large number of deaths in Assam. And this is what the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma said, that that home quarantine is one of the prime reasons for a large number of deaths. Why? Because more than 40% to 50% of people live 3 to 4 in a room. And we have so many different research articles, so many different reports that had literally been saying the exact same thing. The next slide, please. So as you can see, the Maharashtra government on Tuesday announced the decision to stop home quarantine in 18 districts. And as you can see, we're seeing that Maharashtra ends the home isolation in 18 districts, and patients from these districts have to go to a quarantine center. It's extremely important to notice that what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had literally told and warned each and every one of us months back is what later many people are catching up to and trying to say. Yes, the next slide, please. Yes. Again, how home quarantine is not possible in India. There's many articles that have shown us different research reports and different government reports as well, saying that more than 40% of homes in the cities are actually having 3 to 4 people per room. So if somebody needs self-quarantining, at least 4 people will be out of a home and cause increasingly so many different effects if we can see it in that way. And I know that many people in India will really understand this, as we have seen how the effects of coronavirus and of the home quarantining regulations have impacted the whole world. Again, here we're seeing how self-isolation for COVID is impossible for 40% of Indian families. And it says that in order to utilize India's healthcare infrastructure optimally to manage expanding fallout of coronavirus, the central government on the 27th of April signaled a change in approach from mandating that every person who tests positive for the virus be moved to isolation beds in dedicated hospitals. The government allowed home quarantine for those with mild symptoms. The key additional condition was that their house should allow for self-quarantining. But in India, that is easier said than done. So this increases the risk of the disease, potentially escalating, infecting others, and really snowballing in how much it is affecting people. Again, here seeing COVID-19 crisis, where is the space for home quarantine in cities? Again and again, we're seeing how the different ways that home quarantine is not possible, and in so many different ways, the authorities implementing home quarantines were really unfortunate and also not recognizing this in time. So many millions of people have died, yet who is accountable for that? Who is going to be held responsible for the millions of people who have died, and also the more than millions of people who have suffered their losses, and the billions of people who are feeling the impact of this kind of devastation in society at large. Now, this brings us to a conclusion to this segment on the general readings that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as well in the form of Devi Parashakti, manifesting as Devi Parashakti, had announced and had guided the whole world. In the next segment, we'll be going further and understanding more and more on how we can increase our dedication and devotion to Devi Parashakti. From this segment, I hope each and every one of you have understood, have learned why it is so important, and especially now, to take what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, what Devi Parashakti is guiding as supreme guidance for each and every one of us. It's such an important thing. And so many people across the world are just feeling absolutely grateful for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, for revealing this and ensuring that we are not we are being protected during this time, and that we are taking caution. So in the next segment, we will be entering into the offerings for Devi Parashakti. We'll be right back with you after a very quick break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service, helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all the viewers. Now we've come to the point in today's program where we can understand the various different offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. Now it has come time almost to the most celebrated festival in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Guru Purnima. Now once a year we have a special day to celebrate Guru Purnima, which is the day to celebrate Guru. it falls on the full moon day, the very auspicious day, where we celebrate the Guru and the Guru Parampara. And all Hindus around the world, we offer our worship to Guru. And during this festival, we have a Brahmotsavam ongoing. And if you were tuning in, just in the previous program, we were able to be a part of the Uttamottama Maha Guru Puja that happened from Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam. Was one of a very, very auspicious offerings that is made to Guru during this festival. So each and every one of these offerings you can make personally as your personal gratitude towards Devi Parashakti. And if you're Hindu, of course, you understand the very deep and sacred sentiment in making an offering towards Devi Parashakti. Even if you're just going in the temple or you are visiting a temple, we offer out of our deep gratitude a few coins in the hundi, or for our birthdays or for our anniversaries and different types of celebrations in our lives. We seek the blessings and guidance of the divine in order to offer our gratitude for having guided us thus far, and request that they continue guiding us in our further adventures in life. And we really have such deep sacred sentiment in inviting God into every single auspicious occasion in our lives. So these are a very beautiful way that each and every one of you can deepen your experience of oneness with Parashakti and with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as your Guru. And you can offer your gratitude for having manifested so much of wealth and all the fruition of your desires. So let us now enter into the offerings to Devi Parashakti. So let's first understand the significance of offering. Offering is a giving of a divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness. And it consists of two parts. One is giving, and the other is accepting. Only when divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. An offering is not made out of fear or out of greed. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only purpose of enlightenment. Yes, the next slide, please. We can go on to the next slide. Yes. For this sacred space, let us first chant the Pramana for Devi Parashakti. Indu niva veda karavahni yanam syat. We can go back to the previous slide. Yes, we can go back to the previous slide now. So let us begin on the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti. Yes. Indu niva veda karavahni nayanam syat pankajavara japakshara sayuktam anga himabhushana vichitra vasanam syat tunga mukatojjala manonmani swarupam. The next slide, please. And the English translation: moonlight face, holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower gracing and blessing hands, on one hand with the japamala, beautifully decorated with jewel ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. The next slide, please. Yes, we'll now chant the next Dhyana Shloka. ध्याये देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनभवधां वेदहस्तां दधानां सव्ये पद्मं वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणविभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः पूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मनीं प्रतिदिनं कामात्रदात्रीं शुभाम्. The next slide, please. Yes, so this is the English translation. I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, lotus and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. The next slide, please. Yes. So now let us understand the significance of the element gold. So the significance actually has a source from the Atharva Veda, and the translation goes, triply born by birth is this gold, from the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni, and one fell away from Soma when it was hurt. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that triple gold be your life. So as it says here, actually, it's virtuous and powerful Apaha. So such a divine, virtuous qualities are associated with it. Not only that, it has the long life attached to it, meaning that the gold quality is eternal and everlasting. And what the Vedic rishis had understood and had shown us each about this is how the gold actually is a very powerful element for holding the enlightenment energy, and its spiritual significance is extremely high. It has great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. And the vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who is wearing it or even is in its vicinity. And in fact, that is why it is everywhere in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Gold is present in all of the Hindu scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, the Shrutis, Smritis, the Itihasas, and Puranas. In all the Hindu scriptures, the Vedas are displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal of any being. And in the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold, and ritual fees were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening diseases, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold, and the streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold horses and made of gold. And even horses and cows were dressed in gold. See, in the Hindu civilization, every single being was seen as Paramashiva. And therefore, we dressed, decorated, and adorned every single living being with gold. That is why the elephants are so beautifully decorated, the horses, the cows, each one is worshipped as a different devata, as a god, and seen as their ultimate potential for the infinite consciousness, as the infinite consciousness. And the Hindu civilization also thrived on the banks of rivers gold. The Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold, in the Rig Veda, and we have here the reference from chapter 10. And the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda, and we have the reference here for that also, chapter 6. So this is how gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold, deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold, and because it preserved the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it lasts forever. And we saw just that being explained in the Atharva Veda, in the translation of the verse that refers to gold being for your long life. So now, let us understand the first offering. Let's begin all of the offerings today. So we have the first offering, and I'd like to begin with an invocation, a chant from the Lalita Sahasranama, where the devotion is capitalized. It's not capitalized, it is literally loved and favored upon. So here it is. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Ghamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya, Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fear. So in the e-hundi offering, you can offer this for any amount that you wish. It can be $1, it can be a few coins that you have, it can be any amount. And you can offer it either through the YouTube super chat or through the payment form that we have, and that's a very simple process also. So we'll be going through this and at the end of this segment as well, so no need to worry if you don't know how to do that. The next offering. And of course, in this e-hundi offering, if there's any fear in your mind, if you have any fears in your mind, you can just drop this fear in the hundi, at the feet of Devi Parashakti. And Devi, who likes to be worshipped in autumn and who is always revered when our thoughts become more and more inwards, that is a time that we should worship Devi even more. So yes, we'll go on to the next slide, please. You can offer this e-hundi offering in any way for any amount as well. The next is the Sankalpa chanting. I'll just be chanting the English translation of the verse here from the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34. The goddess enchants this universe, and she herself gives birth to this universe. The goddess, being prayed without any interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives the wealth in the materialistic sense. So this Sankalpa chanting is the conscious resolution. You can make a conscious resolution and declare anything in your life today and just receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti today and make that happen in your life. Receive the blessings for all the fruition and desires to happen in your life just through this extremely powerful offering. Offering the Sankalpa blesses you with all of the different fruition of your desires that you are yearning for. Yes, the next offering is the Sahasranama Swarana Kasu. It's a very special offering. In the Lalita Sahasranama, Devi Parashakti is referred as Nama Parayana Prita, meaning the one who likes the repetition of her various names. And this offering is extremely special because it is the offering of a gold coin inscribed with all of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. And if you just offer this, you can be blessed with the Ananta Kalyana Gunas of Devi Parashakti, all the various infinite qualities and characteristics of Devi Parashakti. It is actually a very unique offering that you can get, and this offering is also offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti, and it is the Archana as well of the chanting of all of Devi Parashakti's names. As we chant those offerings, we are offering the gold coin and we're offering the flowers and kumkum and different offerings to Devi Parashakti's feet. And thus, we are also invoking that very specific energy for that divine quality that we are chanting to be invoked inside of us. This is a very unique science where the Hindu rituals are working with the science of the sacred chants. Yes, the next slide, please. The next offering is the Mukta Anguti. I'll just be chanting the English translation. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and a face shining like the full moon. She wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, and who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, and who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. This Mukta Anguti offering. So Mukta Anguti is actually the pearl ring, and it's very special to Devi Meenakshi because it's told in many scriptures and the Puranas how Devi Parashakti loves the pearl. And as she is named as Meenakshi, and as we worship her as Meenakshi, she loves the pearl rings, and the pearl is her favorite jewel. So this offering of the pearl right finger ring is an offering that can get all of the auspicious blessings for any of the business endeavors that you are taking up right now. So any new businesses, any new ventures that you would like to get the blessings for right now, you can offer the Mukta Anguti. Yes, and the next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa. This Swarna Padma Pushpa is the offering of the golden lotus. And it says in the Kamika Agama that all the kalasas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. And the gold lotus, it actually has a lot of significance in the different scriptures. In almost all the scriptures, there is some kind of reference to the lotus, as it is such a divine flower. And in fact, in all the worship of the ultimate and worship of Paramashiva, the different uses of the lotus are given, including not just the flower itself, but the petals, the pericarp, the stem, the leaves, everything has a different significance and a different benefit. And therefore, the lotus is actually considered a divine flower. There's even mudras and asanas that are all associated with the worship of Paramashiva and are also associated with the lotus. In fact, the Shakti of Paramashiva is considered to be a lotus. The base of Paramashiva Linga is also a lotus. And this disciple of Paramashiva is also a lotus, which is about to bloom. So lotus has a very beautiful significance, and you can offer the lotus in any size that you wish. And just as the lotus, even in muddy waters, it blooms, you can have the blessings to have the space, state, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti in any situation in your life. The next slide, please. The next offering is the Swarna Metti offering. I'll just be chanting the Shastra Pramana. Nakadidite samchananamajjanatamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. You whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. The next slide, please. Yes, so the Swaranamati offering is the offering of the golden toe ring to Devi, and you can offer this offering in order to experience the constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult aspects of life. The next slide, please. The next offering is the Swarna Mangtika. The Mangtika actually is very significant in the Hindu tradition. And actually, Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshani, meaning she who makes the nectar flow from all of our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. Such a beautiful verse. And in fact, the Mangtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully opened. So the Sahasrara chakra is the crown center, and it's represented by a 1,000-petaled lotus. So the nectar which is overflowing from that is the Mangtika, and usually people wear it on the hairline. And this offering is to Devi Parashakti, and it'll bless us with the beautiful way that we will see the complete completion and overflowing gratitude manifest in our lives. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. The next offering is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Once again, as I was saying, with Guru Purnima coming up on July 23rd, everyone can celebrate the Guru Purnima day and offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja to Devi Parashakti. It is, and to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Jagat Guru, the one who is shouldering the responsibility of Guru for the entire universe. It's just a beautiful offering that you can do. And if you'd like to go ahead and make these offerings now itself and not wait, you can go to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings to make these offerings. The next slide, please. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. The next slide, please. The next offering is the Vastra Seva. The Vastra Seva is the offering of the clothes, the sacred adornment at the feet of Devi Parashakti. It's another way that we offer our deep gratitude to our Guru. The next slide, please. Now, in the next slide, we're going to have a summary of all the different offerings that are available for you to do today. And please understand that Devi Parashakti makes the Akashic reading, her guidance and her love, her blessings absolutely available freely for the whole of humanity. And you can offer this completely regardless of if or if not you want to ask a question to Devi Parashakti. And Devi Parashakti, for many of you, have already answered your question. You've already seen how that manifested in your life. So if that is you and you'd like to offer your gratitude, please understand, and you can take the opportunity, take the steps today to start making your offering. So we have all the offerings here. We can go on to the next slide. So as you can see here, this is the payment links that you can go to in order to make the offerings. So you have two options. Now, either you are ready to make the offerings for the Seva today, you can register yourself, or you feel that you're not yet ready. Maybe in some way or form, you're not able to make these offerings. For example, you may not have the funds necessary, or you may not have the time necessary for making this happen. Now, if that is you, you can go to the registration form and make an intention today. You can start by making intention and take the steps to make these offerings. You can go to tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi and you will be able to ensure that you can start taking the steps today to manifest this in your life. The next offering also is the next option you have is to make the payments today. If you're ready to do that, you can go to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings and you can go to tiny.cc/Sankalpa2021 and you can complete the payment, and after that make sure that you're going to Sankalpa 2021 form. You're filling out this form in order to ensure that your name and your family's name is chanted during the puja. This is the process, very important step that makes sure that your names are chanted during the puja. So I request if the NTV volunteer can project the links, the tiny.cc/Devi-offering links. So in this, we can just show you how the links look and how you can make your payment today. It's very easy, very simple steps that you can go through. And I invite each and everyone to ensure that either we are making the offering today or you're taking a step towards manifesting these offerings. Understand, Devi Parashakti bestows in our lives all of the happiness, the joy, the bliss, literally begins manifesting that ecstatic experience with life as soon as we surrender, we decide that we should be her devotee. And as soon as we want to, and we decide, if we want to offer our gratitude to Devi Parashakti, and we then want to offer our personal love and gratitude for her having given us the guidance, for her having given us so much in our lives, then we can make these offerings and take these steps in order to deepen our relationship and experience oneness with Devi Parashakti. So we'll just be projecting the link for the tiny.cc. Yes, here we have it. So this is the payment link there where you can go and start your payment. You can select any option and all of the options for the payment will be there. And then you'll add that to the cart. And once you've added that to the cart, you can proceed to checkout. You can add the cart, then you can proceed to the checkout. Then you'll be filling in all your payment details and your billing details and the credit card or the PayPal option that you have. And also after you've made your payment, you'll go to the Sankalpa 2021 form. And once you go to that form, you'll just fill out this quick Google form that we have. It'll say Sankalpa names 2021. And you'll put in your name as well as all the members of your family, whomever you want these offerings to be blessed, to be bestowed on today. So that brings us to a conclusion to this segment in today's program. Yes, here we are. We have the 2021 Sankalpa form. And you can see you just have to go through the different questions and give your name and your family members' names, and we'll make sure that your name is chanted during the puja. So this is the steps you need to take. It's very easy, and it can simply manifest whatever you want in your life. I encourage each and every one of you to start taking the steps to make these offerings today. This brings us to a conclusion of this segment of today's program. And we will be joined now by the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham administrators who are on the spot, literally managing the entire Kailasa COVID care quarantine centers, as well as interacting with the different residents. And we'll be hearing from them the latest updates, how we have been seeing literally how every single day the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been attending to each and every one. Now, it's in so many different ways that the Kailasa COVID care centers have been helping each individual. And especially during this time, many people are seeing or trying to convince as if the quarantine is over and as if Corona or as if it's back to normal. But even then, we should be extremely cautious, especially now, and make sure that we are not, risking our lives at this time. We have to make sure that we do help and we do protect ourselves at this time. So the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham administrators will be joining us for the next segment to give us the updates from the Kailasa COVID care centers in India. So this will be the exciting next segment. We'll be right back with you after a very quick break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. we need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are. Because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all the viewers. We are joined with the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham representatives and administrators who are going to be giving us the updates from the Kailasa COVID care centers. We will just briefly brief each and every one of you how to ask your questions during the live Bhava Samadhi darshans. Now, anytime that Devi Parashakti is giving darshan live, you can ask your question or request your prayer, ask for the boons that you would like, and have your experience, your beautiful experience with the divine cosmic being. So here we have a set of steps that you can take, and Devi Parashakti has literally made herself available in all the different social media platforms, all the platforms that are available for us, and we can see how every single one in each of these platforms you can ask your questions and interact with the divine cosmic being, Devi Parashakti herself. So first we have YouTube here. You can go to Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel and make sure that you are joined as a member on this channel. You can go to the live video, and underneath the video, you'll see a join button. You can click that button and it'll take you through a series of steps to join our channel. And after you have joined, you'll be able to comment on YouTube and ask your question, request your boon to Devi Parashakti. The next slide, please. So the next option here is the Facebook video. So every day on Facebook, and I'm sure many of you are logging in and watching right now on Facebook, you can go to and like and follow Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page, which is the official Facebook page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. And if you do this, you will not only be able to see the live feed for Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan, but also you will be able to get the all the different notifications, the different festivals, celebrations that are 24/7 from Kailasa, in Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham, and thousands of Kailasas across the world. And then you can also, once we have the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan, you can go to the live video and comment your questions in Facebook using the hashtag #AskTheAvatar, and you can comment your questions in Facebook as well. Now, if you're a frequent user of Twitter and you'd like to ask your question to Devi Parashakti through Twitter, you can go to the official Twitter page, Kailasa's SPSJGM Nithyananda Paramashivam official Twitter page, and @Sri Nithyananda is the handle. So you can, first of all, make sure that you are following, and again, all of the different live events, everything is available for you on Twitter. You can go and ask your questions in the reply section of the live feed of the video using hashtag #AskTheAvatar. You can tweet @Sri Nithyananda and use the hashtag #AskTheAvatar and reply tweet to the live feed, and your question can be read out and answered directly by Devi Parashakti. The next option we have is the Instagram. On the Instagram, you can go to the Instagram on. You can go to Instagram @Sri Nithyananda, which is the official handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and you can go to ask your questions in the link in the comment in the post below. So below the post for the live Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan, you can comment and ensure that you are asking your question. And if you're not social media savvy, meaning you might not be comfortable on social media, you don't know how it works, you have an option on the kailasa.org website. Kailasa.org is the official website of Kailasa and the main news channel feed for Kailasa. So you can go to kailasa.org and make sure that you are, you can ask your question on WhatsApp. So you can see the WhatsApp widget, which is highlighted in the screen, and you can go to that, ask your question through WhatsApp. You can also choose the live chat option in this. And it's another option that you have to, if you're not on WhatsApp or for some reason WhatsApp does not work, you can go and ask your question on the live chat as well. Yes, so you can share this way how you can ask your question to all of your friends and family. And you can take this opportunity to make sure that everyone knows that Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother, making herself available today through the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. And it's such a beautiful way that each and every one of you can experience deep oneness and love and gratitude for Devi Parashakti. So this brings us to a conclusion to this segment, and we'll be moving on shortly to the segment for the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham representatives and administrators to share the updates from Adi Kailasa. Thank you. We'll be right back with you shortly.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Parashakti. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. all powerful cognition, knowledge. Only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all the viewers who are joining us. Now, in this next segment, we'll be understanding the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Over the last few weeks, we have been across Kailasas in all over the world, so many of us rejoicing, finally feeling some kind of relief in the fact that the United Nations has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this is just the first step in seeing the entire Hindu Holocaust, the 1,000-year Holocaust and genocide against Hindus, having been recognized and seen as one of the most relevant crimes against humanity that is ongoing until today. Now, in this segment, I'd like to present to all the viewers what has happened in one of the pillars of Hinduism, how this was a pillar of Hinduism, and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived this after literal systematic destruction of this pillar, and again, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is undergoing the worst kind of attack just because he is the sole strongest reviver of the Gurukul system. The next slide, please. Now, let us understand why we need to revive Gurukul. Why is this so important? Such an important agenda for Kailasa. First, the Guru Shishya Parampara, the background, the most important part of Hinduism itself. And the parampara, the lineage of enlightened masters that has been going on till the sun and moon exist. And the Gurukul system is the initiation-based education. And this is one of the Shanti mantras from the Upanishad. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Saha Viryam Karavavahe Tejasnavamadi Tamastu Ma Vidvishavahe. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. The translation goes, may we, both the Guru and the disciple, together be protected. May we both be nourished and enriched with knowledge. And may we both have the great strength, energy, and enthusiasm. May our study, learning together, illuminating us both with the sharp attitude of light, absolute light of higher intelligence. So be it. May we both have not only the enemy, not have any enmity in our incompletion with each other. Let there be peace, peace, peace. Such a beautiful verse, such a excellent based context for education that was initiation based. As we see here, it is such a beautiful way to proceed to educate. The Guru is saying, may we both have the initiation, may we both be illuminated by the greatest knowledge. It's such an amazing prospect and perspective context for the entire education system. The next slide, please. As we see here, initiation is mapping of the brain circuit from master to disciple. And in Nithyananda Gurukul, we saw numerous achievements, including the powerful cognitions that pain is a lie, making cosmic reality as a living reality, and fear and greed as viruses, seeing fear and greed literally as viruses, and having negativity-free language where we avoid zero and we say avoid instead of no. And also the violence-free cognition, such beautiful, non-violent cognitions about ourselves, relationships around us, and the world. And if you experience oneness, authentic rituals as well, all of the Gurukul rituals literally manifest the celebration of the cosmos, and that celebration shows when it is raining. The next slide, please. So as you can see here, even Nithyananda Gurukul was conducting the live shows for counseling adults and initiation of blind schools and deaf and dumb schools. So this was literally the initiation of blind, deaf, and dumb children who have these physical disabilities into the powers of third eye. And for the first time, we saw how people who are not able to biologically see with their two eyes were able to see through the third eye, literally start seeing and start manifesting Shaktis of the third eye. Now, we have seen how there was a study of the brain waves in Apollo Hospitals, Ahmedabad, and there were so many different initiations of blind kids, initiation of people with different disorders and physical disabilities, and also how we were teaching the next generation, and each and every one of these children were manifesting advanced powers. Now also, when we see the later years, how Gurukul is being able to contribute even to the world, how the training of Rajavidya Gurukul is also where they're counseling different people, celebrities, and also business coaching and running large spiritual organizations, being yogacharyas and teaching power manifestation. And each Gurukul children is also enlightening the whole world by traveling to different countries and different cities and visiting over 100 cities all over the world. The Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans on an average study 2 hours per day less compared to regular schools and still outperform in exams. And children are scoring in top 10 to 20 percent of the Mensa at age 14, and Gurukul Balasans take exams ahead of time. So we're seeing some of the information here on how Gurukul Balasans are actually outperforming many of their peers in other schools. And also we have, out of a random sample of Balasans, 50% were found to be very superior in intelligence and genius levels. The next slide, please. And we can see 108 reasons why Gurukul is an amazing ecosystem for every child. Whether it is creating the leaders of tomorrow, making 4 principles of cosmos as a foundation, or restoring the Vedic mind, functioning through liberated cognition, authentic revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, living life in Vedic Hindu lifestyle, freedom from vested interests, and independence from fear and greed, and living as enlightenment as the purpose of life, living Advaita, this pure space of oneness, and life surrounded with miracles, and with responsibilism as your cognition and the way of life, inspiration to perform the peak capacity, building your body through nutritious sattvic food, and with the yogic body, which helps you hold the enlightened space, and continuous motivation and self-driven life practices, to go beyond all the root patterns, and dropping depression easily, prevailing or over addiction, and no physical or mental perversions, no books, no homework until 10th grade as the brain, and compassion, which rules over bullying mentalities, knowledge-based community that enhances the intelligence of children, and encouraging you to awaken to your highest possibility, and having an only gain, no pain lifestyle, having teachers and parents who are working from the space of Advaita, and having the context of building confidence, and different activities which are so fun every single day, having learning as a celebration of life, having activation of quantum memory, understanding using multiple intelligences, and learning using visualization, and enriching 108 talents practically usable for lifestyle. And the secret, and learning the secret of relationships as beyond relationships. Having the secret of a stress-free living by understanding time is a life. And understanding desire is something other than you, and greed is catching it, makes you a beautiful being. Gurukul is a place where you will find your true you. Yes, we can go on. And every child is though to find his swadharma, the natural flow of life. Growing up in a temple culture is a blessing. And aligning to Hinduism as a lifestyle. We can also learn the Ashtamaha Shaktis in Gurukul, and learning to fly, literally learning to levitate. Living with the right context in every single decision. Having no attitude, only altitude of learning. No limitation, only limitless possibility. And being a part of a mystery school, taught to retain the original space of Advaita, and authentic listening as basics of life. The workshop for incarnations, and taught work to like play, and having authentic golden children. Education rooted in wisdom of the Vedic tradition, and learning the whole brain learning. Learning to become both scientists and saints. And no adolescent problem. Learning the science of the body by itself is a hospital to heal every ailment. Learn to hold the right idea you carry about you. And mentoring adults. Graceful looking without cosmetics. And dressing up with grace. And being in a state of perpetual completion. Having inventions and discoveries as a way of life, and seeking knowledge and wisdom as a way of life. Understanding spontaneity and clarity in words and actions, and the strategy and decision to face the world. Yes, we can go on to the next slide after these are done. The next slide, please. We can go on. Yes, next slide. Now, having seen the amount of revival work the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done in the Gurukul, just in Gurukul, from 2006, how it has expanded all over the world, where today there's 108 Gurukuls around the world, and thousands of centers where children are enriched with the highest possibility of life with the ancient indigenous Hindu ways of knowledge. In this exact way, the Hindu Holocaust had been executed in order to destroy this pillar of Hinduism. Now, we saw the British occupation, where the economic and psychological destruction of Hindu civilization occurred from 1700 to 1947 AD. And this is a quote from Will Durant, a celebrated historian who is commenting on the British rule. And he says that, "I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes, and I am convinced that this exhaustion and starvation do not, as their beneficiaries claim, to overpopulation and superstition, but to be the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history." He's talking about specifically the Bengal famines, the man-made famines that were executed by the British occupation in India against Hindus. Here we also have another quote from Shashi Tharoor, the MP of the Indian Parliament, who says, "The British came to one of the richest countries in the world And over 200 years of exploitation, looting, and destruction reduced it to a poster child of a third world poverty. And we see that during the British occupation, $45 trillion was stolen, looted from India in over 200 years. 45 million Hindus are dead due to famines and poverty imposed by British policies and reprisal killings for 1857 mutiny. And 680 native kingdoms were usurped by British rule. And we can just go on to the next slide, please. Now, let us understand the colonial subjugation and the British master race theory. Using theories of scientific racism and social Darwinism, the British justified their conquest of the oppression of dark-skinned people as humanitarian, civilizing mission, even though it was for a mere cover for racial oppression and economic exploitation. And this is a quote from Charles Kingsley, the celebrated professor, historian, a friend of Charles Darwin, saying, "Do you not see, then, that by following these studies, you are walking in the very path to which England owes her wealth, the glorious work which God seems to have laid on the English race to replenish the earth and subdue it." Now, this is a quotation from one of the people who I see the way that racist ideas had literally pervaded and destroyed other indigenous countries worldwide. And this was the basis of colonialism across the world, whether it is in Native America or in South America or in Africa, and as well in India. Now, we're seeing here a quotation for about the 200 years of intense racial hatred towards Hindus. This is from James Mill, a celebrated author of seminal work. He says that the Hindus are full of dissimulation and falsehood, the universal concomitants of oppression, the vices of falsehood. Indeed, they carry to a height almost unexampled among the other races of men. As for religion, no people have ever drawn as more gross and disgusting picture of the universe than what is presented in the writings of Hindus. Very few words are required because the superiority of Mohammedans in respect to religion is beyond dispute. In truth, Hindus, like the eunuch, excels in the equalities of a slave, and the Mohammedan is more manly. As you can see here, clear racist ideologies, racist ideas, and racist supremacist theories that have literally started this entire genocide against the Hindu civilization. And this is a quote from Filipino Sassetti, Italian travel and merchant during the Goa Inquisition in 1578. So he's saying the Catholic Church performs 250 years of ethnic cleansing in Goa, one of the worst crimes that have happened. It says here, the fathers of the church forbade the Hindus under terrible penalties the use of their own sacred books and prevented them from exercise of their religion. They destroyed their temples and so harassed and interfered with the people that they abandoned the city in large numbers, refusing to remain any longer in any place where they had no liberty, and were liable to imprisonment, torture, and death if they worshipped after their own fashion of the gods of their fathers. The Goa Inquisition was an extremely horrific way that the Hindus were subjugated under the British rule. And again, another example from Shashi Tharoor, the MP of the Indian Parliament, where he's saying from his work, The Era of Darkness from 2016, where he says, the British had been horrified during the revolt of 1857 to see Hindus and Muslims fighting side by side under each other's command against foreign oppressor. They vowed this would not happen again. divide et impera, divide and rule, was an old Romanian maxim, and it shall be ours, wrote the Lord Elphinstone. A systematic policy of fomenting separate consciousness among the two communities was launched with British sponsorship. And here we see an article from the old times, how the empire builders used divide and rule. And I'm going to read it out. It says, the strategy of divide and rule was central principle of the British imperial policy for more than 2 centuries. By keeping different ethnic groups segregated and allowing them to squabble among themselves, the idea was they would be too tired to be overthrown their colonial masters. As empire expands, tribal groups were, as our empire describes, tribal groups were classified on the basis of language, religion, and ethnicity, and then given different rights. A toxic example was the Rwanda, where the Belgians segregated the Hutu and Tutsi. The lighter-skinned Tutsi were given land and privilege, and while the Hutu were given laboring work. After the Belgians withdrew, ethnic divisions led the massacre of more than 900,000 Tutsi. In India, rivalries between warring states and religious groups were exploited by the British. But in the months leading up to independence, the divisions spilled over into violence to the subcontinent, spilled into predominantly Hindu India and Muslim Pakistan. And the colonial subjugation also meant the British Empire used all possible means to destroy Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous peoples of India so they could become slaves in their own homeland. So we're seeing here the different laws and policies of the British, including discriminatory laws to instill feelings of racial inferiority, engineered famines to starve natives into submission, annexed Hindu kingdoms to undermine native rule, mistranslated Hindu scriptures to instill anti-Hindu narratives, destroyed indigenous Gurukul education system, destroyed local industries, and forced importation of British goods, and banned Indians from owning or producing firearms. So part of this colonial subjugation, the British had engineered famines to break the spirit of the people. We see how Winston Churchill had literally said these words, and he was a prime minister of the United Kingdom. He said, "I hate Indians. They're beastly people with beastly religion. The famine was their own fault for breeding like rabbits." And the truth was that harsh British tax and export policies and poor infrastructure management caused multiple famines in India, claiming tens of millions of lives, most recently in the Bengal in 1943. Indians were forced to eat leaves, grass, and human flesh, and parents threw their starving children into rivers and wells, while others committed suicide to escape a living hell. Going further, the British had also destroyed local industry to ensure dependence and poverty. Prior to colonial rule, India was the world's leading textile manufacturer and producer of finest fabrics. The British engaged in systematic campaign to destroy the local heirloom industry through harsh taxation and export policies that forced India to import British-made textiles and banned Indian textiles from being sold in foreign markets. Within a generation, Indian weavers were turned into beggars and their indigenous skills were lost forever. By 1878, the Indian railway mechanics in Jamalpur in Bengal and Amjapur in Rajputana had become so proficient at maintaining locomotive trains that they started designing and building their own models at a fraction of the cost of imported British trains. The British Parliament responded by passing the Act in 1912, banning all local manufacturing of chains to ensure India's economic dependence on their colonial masters and destroy native technological know-how. And here we also have the Caesar taxation and ruin of Hindu temples. This is a quote from the Asiatic Journal. It was strange, but a determined piece of policy when throughout the country the pagoda lands were resumed by the East India Company and the two-deck allowances were granted in their place. Now let us contemplate the result of this plan. From one end, the country to the other, the pagodas are ruined and unmaintained. The revenues of the Tripeti are on a gradual decline and will die in the last lapse of years a natural death. Some of the most celebrated temples in the country are worse off, but there are still, alas, many more strongholds of the devil. British rulers perpetuated the narrative that Indians were generally illiterate and education was restricted to high caste Hindus, but their own surveys revealed that every village had at least one school, and Shudras and other lower caste children constituted of 70 to 84 students. In contrast, a century of direct British misrule of India left the population with a dismal 12% literacy rate. This is from the Survey of Indigenous Education in Madras Presidency from 1822 to 1826. And we're also seeing the anti-Hindu narratives. The next slide, please. And how they had created a class of brown British natives. And this is a quote from Thomas Macaulay of the East India Company, who said, "We must form a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions whom we govern, a class of persons, Indian in blood and color, and English in taste, and opinions in morals and in intellect. To that class we may leave it to refine vernacular dialects of the country, to enrich those dialects with terms of science borrowed from the Western nomenclature, and to render them degrees fit vehicles for conveying knowledge to the great mass of the population." Despite their best efforts to adopt English language, clothing, and mannerisms, the Anglicized brown British native clerks of India were often viewed with contempt and ridiculed as Bengali babus by the white masters for their ornate speech, self-importance, and fawning attitude toward any Westerner they met. And concerned at the rising awareness of nationalism after the Indian Mutiny in 1857, the British realized that to strengthen their hold in India, they, just being a handful, needed to widen their political and psychological management of India and Indians. Thus, they began to focus on the education of native princes of the pursuit objective in Macaulay's Minute on Education of 1837 to create a class of people Indian in blood and color, but English in opinions, morals, and intellect, became a cornerstone of their strategy. And this led to the Criminal Tribes Act of 1871. The British government passed the Criminal Tribes Act, where various ethnic communities were deemed subversive to colonial authority simply because they did not conform to the idea of civilized living. Targeted populations such as sadhus, sannyasis, tribals, nomads, gypsies, and Sudras were presumed guilty by birth, murdered, raped, arrested, and had children separated from parents and held in penal colonies or quarantined without conviction or due process. Upon release from British custody, targeted communities were subject to surveillance. The next slide, please. And we also see the Thugee and Dakoti Suppression Act. Here it says, the criminalizing of indigenous communities. In an effort to demonize Hindus and feed the stereotype of the savage Oriental, British authorities and media sensationalized stories and bloodthirsty thuggers of bandits who would offer human sacrifices to wicked and fearsome goddess Kali. The image of the Thuggi was promoted worldwide as an example of all that was wrong with India. In addition to denigration of Hindu culture, the narrative of the Thuggi menace was also used to justify the colonial rule, suspend the civil liberties, and target the subversive elements in challenge of hegemony. And unfortunately, we're seeing how during the Hindu Holocaust, that has literally continued until today, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally had to undergo so much of attack. So much of attack. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself was continuously attacked for more than 11.5 hours and chased for a total distance of 390 kilometers from Salem to Bidadi on the 2nd of March 2010, beginning at 8 a.m. Now, we're seeing how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had undergone some of the worst persecutions and assassination attempts against his person and his character. Yes, we can play this video.
My name is Sri Nithyananda Swami. This is in 2010. The media telecast something wrongly about Swamiji. Like a group, like a lot of people, like 50 to 100 people with sticks, stones. They just barged into the area and like just pull up my shoulder, push me against the wall. They just like slapped me left and right, started kicking me and pushing me, just holding my neck and asking like, where is Swamiji, where is Swamiji? I couldn't see a trace of humanness in them. One after another, people started surrounding me, tied my hand behind, one after another, like one guy after another. Where is Swamiji, where is Swamiji? They started putting fire to everywhere, beating up like every single person they see. Even though the whole thing looked like a random mob activity, they were very clearly targeting Swamiji only. They were very well armed with all the fire ammunitions and petrol bombs. Such an organized manner. They were having like a camera crew also. They were so precisely, very clearly going behind Swamiji. They're just putting it on fire. Every single place where Swamiji could be, like they were like burning it up. They are actually going to kill the Swamiji. They have planned to kill. The mob was going in every direction, very wild, putting fire at every single possible place where he could be. That is the most disturbing thing. Praying like nothing should happen to him and somehow he should escape this whole thing and be alive only. I couldn't do anything. For the whole world, it was shown like a public thing, but we know what was the original intention. We faced it. The truth has to be told. Truth has to be told. It is not anything general. It is a very targeted thing. It is very much targeted thing. It is not a general thing at all. It was a targeted attack. It was a targeted attack. It is not at all what was told out in the media. But very fortunately, some of the people helped Swamiji from this whole thing and got him to safety. A lot more of these things. But this is one of the most painful things, like for the very first time that I was like seeing things, how this world is behaving in such a ruthless manner. Like not considering any single human thing. Just going behind somebody just to kill no matter what. It was such a wild experience. It was really wild experience. It is not at all what the world is shown. It is completely different. The world is deliberately shown something. What happened is, this is what was happening.
We can play this next video.
My name is Nithyananda Bhaktimananda Swami. I was in the ashram last 10 years. I was doing the designing work. In 2010 March 3, I was in the office. When I came out of the office, I saw a big flame in the residential area. I saw the whole hut was full of fire and few people shouting inside the hut, and I saw the door was locked and few media rowdies seeing people in the fire capturing the video, and I was trying to put out the fire. Two rowdies stopped me, beating me and killing me, not allowing me to put out the fire. And the fire was spreading more and more, and people are shouting from inside. I'm not able to see people burning alive, not able to hear the sound, people shouting from inside. And few sannyasis then broke the lock and saved them. Within few seconds, the whole hut was collapsed and fall down. Any moment, I may be killed, or any of the Adinivasis may be killed. This was continuing from 2010 till it's not ending. It's go on. They are continuously attacking our Guru, our people.
We can go on to the next slide now. We're seeing here the acts of cultural genocide against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. And how this was broadcasted in daytime to national television. This was the direct assassination attempts on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where anti-Hindu militants set fire to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's quarters and locked it from the outside. And the residence, this footage is the residence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being burned, with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism locked inside, live telecasted on national media channels. You can just see how absolutely horrifying it is from the footage.
For the Swamiji's network, a worldwide network. So this is the news coming in that 3 kutis are on fire, 2 fire tenders have rushed to the spot. More fire tenders are on the way to really battle the blaze. Also the ashram contains some 80 kilograms of sandalwood. Illegal, of course, because it is illegal to stash this amount of sandalwood. Also tiger pelts and leopard pelts visuals from the CDs has also given the forest department the evidence that the Swamiji had some kind of leopard pelts and animal pelts within the ashram. Now that is also being investigated. Really, the investigating authorities are not the corporate headquarters for the Swamijis.
On the 3rd of March 2010, the media covered live the burning of the SPH in his residence. And even the people around were stopped by the police from putting out the fire. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. We can go on to the next slide. The next slide. These are all the horrifying images of the burning of the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipitam, the very residence of the Supreme Founder of Hinduism, on the 3rd of March 2010. The next slide, please. And the fire was spreading to the nearby lands, and so many people were literally out of their homes. And after this, raids entered into the Adinam. Anti-Hindu militant forces had trespassed, jumped from the gates inside of the Adinam and started brutally assaulting the women and children there. We heard many stories over the last few days, the experiences of even some of the women who needed to flee from the Adinam because it was made as an unsafe place, and they did not know if they could stay there without being targeted by the anti-Hindu militant forces. So they needed to find some kind of home temporarily while their home was being literally burned to ashes. And anti-Hindu militant forces locked the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inside his living area, and they had set it ablaze to ensure the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was dead, and they telecasted it live across national channels. However, they could not find his remains, and they published more false news claiming that the inside of, because instead of being dead, he vanished into thin air using black magic. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was handed over to the mob lynched him. Despite this live televised coverage, no action was taken to protect the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by authorities. The next slide, please. And the police watched, literally, as the mob pushed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inside and set it on fire. The next slide, please. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's life was saved as the sannyasis pulled him out through the rear window amidst the raging fire. And the fire spread to even nearby areas. Cultural genocide was to kill the last lamp of Hinduism. The entire monastery was destroyed, and the decade of blood and sweat and hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was literally burned down to ashes. Not even a single arrest of the assassinators was made. Not even a single complaint was even accepted. And this is the remains after the burning. As you can see, literally everything was destroyed and devastated. Just as Nalanda University was burned to ashes, here we are seeing the ashes of the revival of Hinduism. And the metal beds were literally scorched black and entirely just into charcoal. You can see here the absolute devastation of everything. Literally everything burned down to ashes. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. We can go on to the next slide. The assassins locked the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inside his thatched roof residence and set fire to it and started burning him alive inside of Adi Kailash. The next slide, please. And after this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism needed to flee immediately. After his life was saved, he needed to flee immediately. And after this, his life was subject to the most horrifying torture at the hands of the anti-Hindu militants who had attempted to mob lynch him, illegally arrested him, and made him subject to third-degree torture and illegal imprisonment. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism underwent so much, but yet, despite all of that, he came out of 53 days of illegal imprisonment and torture at the hands of the anti-Hindu militant forces, and simply began contributing to the world. And the first discourse the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism made after illegally being imprisoned was on freedom. Even when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was denied basic human rights and tortured in prison, he was determined on liberating humanity and giving a superconscious breakthrough for the entire humanity. This is ultimately what we must understand from the whole persecution, where from 1700 AD, we have been seeing continuously the crimes against Hindus and genocide and literal manufactured starvation of the whole population. And today, even the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in the hands of the anti-Hindu militant forces, was starved and denied basic human rights in their hands. Even when this has happened, he has continued to make the intention and his actions, his mission, the revival of Kailasa itself towards healing Hindus and healing the entire humanity itself, raising the whole humanity, bringing super conscious breakthrough to the whole humanity. Continuously, we've seen the examples and so many sharings from people who have literally started to walk after 30 years of paralysis, who have been healed literally after having died officially by medical record, and who have just come back to life with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We've seen people manifest millions of dollars just with one prayer and one request to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We've seen entire families been saved from utter devastation because of the warnings and the protection of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And even until today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is offering absolute protection to anyone who needs it in Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipeetham, as well as 13 other Adinams across the world. We've seen how he has been so amazingly sitting day in, day out, ensuring that these multi-layer quarantine centers are functioning with the utmost integrity and promising the most protection for these people who absolutely need it and are seeking protection. While outside there is a pandemic going on within pandemic, and so much of lies and falsehoods being spread in the media about the reality of the issues, and still so many people dying and nobody being held accountable for it. In this situation, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened the doors of Kailasa in order to help, in order to protect people. Now, we'll be moving on to the next segment, where representatives from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipeetham will be sharing with each and every one of us about the Kailasa COVID Care Center in Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipeetham, as well as around Devi. And I now invite the representatives from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipeetham to share with us about the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipeetham COVID Care Center, which is ongoing, the different efforts that we are making to protect people and nourishing, taking care of each individual. And we'll be right back with you after a very quick break, to address and to see the truth and to see what's happening and the updates from Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipeetham.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Parashakti. It is possible and is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through his body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness.
Nithyananda. Let's enter into our next segment, the revival of the temple sciences and ecosystems by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. As the COVID-19 pandemic affecting the whole world, across India, many states have their famous temples, the temples which have been running, the temples which have unbroken lineage of opening every single day. For the first time, they all have been shut down. For example, the Shirdi Sai Baba temple and Siddhi Vinayaka temple in Mumbai, according to the news, the temple has been shut for devotees from Monday night till further orders. The Sai Baba temple will remain closed for devotees from Mumbai from Monday 8 p.m. onwards till further orders. So the officiating Chief Executive Officer, Sri Sai Baba Santanam Trust, the Shirdi's temple administration took the decision after the Maharashtra government on Sunday announced a weekend lockdown and night curfew in the state to control the spread of the coronavirus. In another state, keeping in view the surge of COVID-19 cases in Orissa, the famous Puri Jagannath temple to remain closed for public. The authorities of the temple of the Lord Jagannath temple in the pilgrim town on this Sunday. So this famous temple is closed for the devotees since May 5th as the statewide lockdown was imposed by the Odisha government. And in another state, another temple in Odisha with capital Bhubaneswar, registering the highest ever single day spike of 581 new COVID-19 cases, the local municipal authorities Tuesday declared the closure of all religious places like temples, mosques, gurudwaras, and churches for the devotees from Wednesday till further orders. In Uttar Pradesh, two major temples of Sapta Devalaya, the cluster of 7 temples in Vrindavan, on Sunday banned the entry of devotees in view of the rising COVID-19 cases. In Gujarat, the famous Somanath temple closed for darshan amid COVID-19 surge. In view of this pandemic rise, the Somanath temple, the temple trust authorities has announced that the temple will remain shut down for devotees from April 11th for an indefinite period. In South India, Tamil Nadu, the murtis of a Chola era temple have been vandalized in Pudukottai, Tamil Nadu. A devotee who went to the temple who was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in a beheaded state. He lodged a complaint with the local police later. The Kailasanatha temple in a village in Kinjanatur in Pudukottai is said to belong to the era of Kuluchunga Chola. With Shiva as the presiding deity, the temple houses other deities such as Ganesha, Parvati, Murugan, and Krishna, and Nandi. So all of these murtis were discovered in a beheaded state a few days ago. While across the India, many temples have been locked down. Let's see what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reviving the Kailasa, how the temple experience of Kailasa. Now, in the times when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of widespread corona disease, the devotees of the temple were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands and thousands of years. At all these ancient, sacred, sentimental temples have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the e-Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Let's understand from the Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization Why deity worship? So, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, please understand, deities are not mere idols. They are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols, we worship the ideals represented through the idols. For example, the Paramashiva has got Ananta Kalyana Gunas, meaning the infinite, auspicious qualities. As and when devotees call, or as and when the world needs, Paramashiva expresses all the qualities to save the devotees or to save the humanity. When there was churning of the Milky Ocean, during the period when the gods and the demons, the devatas and the daityas were doing the churning of the Milky Ocean, it so happened that first the deadly poison came out. The poison is so intense, it's so widely spreading so quickly, it could destroy the whole world. Paramashiva, with the infinite compassion to save the world, drank that poison instantly. Where Devi come and just held at Paramashiva's throat, so the poison could not go down Paramashiva's stomach. So the poison, to save the world, Paramashiva kept the poison in his throat. That's when he became Neelakanta. So that become an independent intelligence. So when the divine is present, in another quality expressed by Paramashiva as to save the devotees. When the divine is present in any devotee in a form that he can see, he can relate, he can touch, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. That is the first thing. When we see the deity in front of us, when we know the compassion and the energy that the deity in front, we can relate with the deity. We can connect with the deity. We can see and we can touch. Second, the deity is in a real kshetra. The kshetra is a place where high energy vibration happens. So the deities in a real kshetra are always carved in the form of ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though no longer in the body, when the enlightened masters energize them, when they do the consecration, even the masters are not in the body, the energy that they install in those deities, they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical plane. So when we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, We mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be the revival of the world peace and world bliss. The revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in, that is where the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Advaita Satya, the oneness, the truth of oneness is going to happen. So another example of Paramashiva to save his ardent devotee, the young Markandeya, when he called intensely, when the Lord of Death, Kala, came to take away his life, Paramashiva saved Markandeya from death, and that became an independent deity, Kala Kala. In the same way, when Paramashiva, in his cosmic dance with ecstasy, and created this whole, the Panchakrityas, the 5 actions of Paramashiva, the creation, sustenance, destruction, and pulling out of delusion and giving the liberation. When he does the Panchakritya, the 5 actions with his cosmic dance in ecstasy, and that action becomes Nataraja. Same way, Mahavishnu's very action of showering blessings on the world becomes Lakshmi. And Brahma's very action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the universe, the ultimate, becomes independent intelligence and energy. So when you connect to these independent intelligences, these deities, whatever you want immediately happens. So the infinite qualities of the ultimate, the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, when they express in one form, that become an independent intelligence. When you connect with that specific form, whatever form you connect and whatever you want through that form, immediately that happens. So whatever result you want, worship with the rights to those divine energies, to those independent divine energies, who are the personification of those specific actions. So immediate results are achieved by connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. So, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, reviving the Kailasas ecosystems everywhere, where across the nation, the temples are getting closed, shut down for the devotees, Kailasa doors are open to save the humanity. You can join the centers, the COVID care protection centers. You can register now through the link below, the https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. Now let's understand the Kailasa's temple ecosystems. Kailasa is a place where everything related to superconsciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, the traditions, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way that it never gets lost again. There, forever serving the humanity. The let's listen from Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in his own voice, the revival of Hinduism's temple ecosystems.
I am going to revive Hinduism by setting up a model community, enlightenment ecosystem. I am going to create absolutely from the scratch newly self-sustaining, temple-based Hindu ancient enlightenment ecosystem and civilization based on that. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva himself manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem, and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world. I am going to
Now let us see the revival of Hinduism temple ecosystems. The adulation of violence in recent lifestyle has enabled disruption in several nations, affecting millions of lives with mental distress, physical health elements, and defalcation of food supply, and pinpointed destruction to the infrastructure of several countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has dedicated his life and made it his mission to bring the global peace from the ground level through the Kailasas Department of Religion and Worship and Department of Human Services to bring harmony to the humanity, to create life of freedom and peace for every individual on planet Earth through the revival of temple ecosystems. The director of the National Institute of Mental Health, Joshua Gordon, MD and PhD, pointed out that environmental factors present both risk and protective influences on mental health. He grouped such factors into three types. The first one is individual factors such as the microbiome. The second is natural and built components include green spaces, housing, and highways, which may play a role in health disparity, and social factors like family structure, poverty, and other social determinants of health. From 1994 to this date, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked tirelessly in the revival of temple ecosystems globally through Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and Department of Human Sciences led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This lifelong commitment to the mission and vision of bringing global harmony, sustainable living, and reproducible ecosystems has been proven in building active and contributing temple ecosystems around the world. You can see some of the pictures. This picture that you see is taken from 21st of October 2006, following a meditation workshop under the sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with children of the Nithyananda Gurukul, celebrate the auspicious occasion of Deepavali. And you can see the pictures from 2018, 22nd December, the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the celebrations of a traditional flag hoisting ceremony which happened in the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, Bidadi, Bangalore. And this picture that you see is taken from 14th December 2006. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spurana Convention, which is also called the Life Bliss Program Level 2, a meditation workshop in Chennai, India. You can see this picture taken on 17th December 2006. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spurana Convention, which is also called Life Bliss Program Level 2 at St. Peter's Engineering College in Chennai. And you can see these beautiful pictures taken 26th May 2006. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embark on the Himalaya Yatra, the traditional sacred pilgrimage to the Himalayan mountains and up to the river Ganga. This is in Harshil, India. And you can see the pictures here taken on 20th December 2011. The temple ecosystem of Tirunamalai serves as the driving factor in maintaining the lifestyle of health, wealth, and well-being for the citizens of Tirunamalai and one of the remaining living temple ecosystems. You can see this beautiful picture taken in 2018 on 31st December, where the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the morning meditation and traditional puja or ritualistic worship. This picture is taken in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. And this picture taken on 17th August 2014, the distribution of sweet butter as part of the Kailasa Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, the celebration of Lord Krishna's birth. This picture is taken from Adi Kailasa, Bidadi, Bangalore. And this picture is taken from 17th August 2014. And how playfully, joyfully, the Kailasa's peacekeepers and the devotees are celebrating the colorful celebration of Krishna Janmashtami in Adi Kailasha Sarvajna Peetham. And this picture is from 17th August 2014. As a part of the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, the peacekeepers of Kailasa distributing the free organic food to the public. And you can see the pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself doing the Karaseva along with his peacekeepers of Kailasa. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, take part in Karaseva on 11th September 2006. The Karaseva is the voluntary contribution of physical service towards the cleaning or construction of the sacred Hindu temple. This happened in Adi Kailasha Sarvajna Peetham. And you can see this picture from 4th January 2012. And this is Thane flood relief food preparations. And you can see this picture on 2nd January 2013. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, arrives with volunteers and the Kailasa peacekeepers to provide relief efforts to the cyclone hit Pondicherry, which is in South India. The region was affected through the cyclone. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism made the flood relief, and through the flood relief activities, he distributed the food, water, basic necessities, and medical camps, and cleaning the local roads for further relief efforts. And you can see this picture again taken on 2012, 4th January. As part of the Thane flood relief, the food preparations were in full swing, and also the distribution. And on the 3rd January 2012, the medical facilities for the Thane flood relief Kailasa's ecosystems around the world, you can see from these pictures, they are spanned across the continents, across the globe. The ecosystems are in all continents and spread across the globe. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started this work of establishing the various Kailasas. You can see the picture. In 1994, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai is traditionally passed on to the hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. On the right, you can see the picture in 2017, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai receiving the visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop and the Shivadiksha. And the picture that you see in here is taken in January 2011. The Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself directly serving the Annadanam, and the traditional temple services. This picture that you are seeing here, taken on 11th March 2017, which has happened in Tiruvannamalai, Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai. Thousands arrived to celebrate the enlightenment ecosystem here and to traditionally meet the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And you can see this picture is the Tiruchengodu Sarvajna Peetham. This is the first Sarvajna Peetham. It's also called Adi Nithyananda Peetham. The first temple ecosystem established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, at the mere age of 23. On the banks of the sacred Kaveri River in 2001, way back in 2001. This was the start of the borderless Hindu temple ecosystem that we know today as the Kailasa. You can see these beautiful pictures that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism establishing the Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Peetham in Bedadi, Bangalore. After having the vision of the sacred banyan tree, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the Adi Kailasa temple ecosystem with the same banyan tree at its heart. The main headquarters of the Kailasa in way back in 2003. You can see the deities of this temple, the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, the sacred banyan tree, and the Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti and Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Linga. Through the live stream of the sacred banyan tree, and the deities, the temple ecosystem of Adi Kailasa is continuously available to all from wherever you are. And you can also see the temple rituals, the continuous flow of the worship and the temple services happening throughout the day. You can watch these rituals through the live stream. And the first temple established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism outside of India in Ohio, Columbus, Ohio in USA. This temple is physically came to life in just 9 months. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti. The deities are 7 feet tall granite, weighing 6 tons, and their divine faces have been directly hand carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you can see these pictures from the Kailasa in Los Angeles, California, United States of America. The Los Angeles temple first inaugurated in 2005, September. Then it established in its permanent location in 2007. It houses the largest Shivalinga and the Rajarajeshwari Devi in North America. And you can see some more pictures of this temple and Los Angeles. This temple which has got 25,000 square foot temple complex housing 80 plus deities. It is one of the largest Hindu temple ecosystem in the West. And you can see the Kailasa in Seattle, Washington, United States of America. This temple, Sarvajna Peetham, housing the blissful dancing form of Ganesha and the largest living Nataraja deity outside of India. The Kailasa in Seattle is also known as Chidambaram of the West. And the Kailasa in San Jose, California. These pictures that you see are from the Kailasa in San Jose, California. Inaugurated in 2009, the Kailasa in San Jose radiates the energy of the Madurai Meenakshi temple. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Devi Meenakshi, the Shivalinga, and the Lord Nithyanandeshwara and Devi Nithyanandeshwari, who are the Lord Shiva and the cosmic Mother Parvati, which have been created, installed, and energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And the pictures that you're seeing are the Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri. Alongside the Shivalinga and Nithyananda Ganesha, Kailasa in St. Louis carries the energy of the Tirumala Tirupati of the South India and houses one of the tallest Venkateshwara deities in North America, along with his consort Sri Devi and Bhudevi. The beautiful landscape among the woods and rolling hills of Missouri stretches for 20 acres. And the pictures that you're seeing here are from the Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona. It houses the home for the 21 deities, and with a temple structure of 2,500 square feet, Kailasa in Phoenix has been directly established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serving as an energy field of worship, meditation, and the celebration for over 7 years. And the pictures that you see are the Kailasa in Houston, Texas, United States of America. Formally inaugurated in 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared the Kailasa in Houston as the Parihara Sthala for all the Navagraha doshas. And you can see the pictures of Kailasa in Toronto, Canada. This temple is inaugurated on July 2011. The Kailasa in Toronto is the only Hindu temple in the West, with all 63 Nayamanas and 18 Siddhas residing as deities. The temple deities here are seated exactly as they existentially preside in Kailasa around Paramashiva, the primordial deity of Hinduism. And some more pictures from this Sarvagnya Peetam, the Kailasa in Toronto, which is active and alive from 2011 onwards. The Kailasa in Toronto has been blessed to radiate the super consciousness energy of Kailasa. This temple ecosystem goes on providing various temple services to the community, such as Annadan and traditional Hindu ceremonies. Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, the Department of Human Services, and each of Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right of happiness to be the highest fundamental right of all human beings. In fact, all humans and all beings. The ultimate goal for Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. It is the material and spiritual well-being and prosperity of humanity. And you can join the Kailasa's ecosystems and protect yourself from the pandemic. Join the COVID Care Protection Centers. Register yourself now through the link below, which is https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us understand the contributions from the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship during the COVID-19 pandemic. The service that the Kalpa Vriksha, which is the boon giver to whoever the devotees request. This Kalpa Vriksha continuously blessing the devotees. You can connect via live stream and request for your boon. And the deities, you can see them continuous live stream via YouTube, and some more pictures of the rituals of Homa and pujas happening with the grace and the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, on 12th May 2021, revelations to the world by the Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti herself, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, revealed some of the most profound revelations. On 12th May 2021, Devi Parashakti says, I came as the Nija avatar. I am blessing you. Listen, people, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nija avatar. The people of India, listen carefully, listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi. The, the Bhumi is the earth, the land of the knowledge and wisdom, where the enlightened beings comes. We cannot make the Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. On 12th May, the Devi continued to say that they have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aukshadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, the Navapashana is going to flower. I allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in by the Sarovar, they will not have death. They will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will have the dip in the Ananda Lingam Vaidya Sarovar. Devi continued revelations to the world on 13th May 2021 that listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. Oh Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion and without talking just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa and protect yourself. The scores of people will come there looking for help. Navapashana water feast and meditate to get help and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, the Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, the ship is there. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its Doors, not only the doors, to all, one and all, without exceptions. So join now with these COVID care protection centers. Join the Adi Kailasa ship. Register now through the link below, the https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now you can see the pictures of this Adi Kailasa ship, the various temple rituals, glorious where temple rituals are happening continuously in the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. I can see some more pictures. The Abhishekams, the Alankarams, continuously the happening, various pujas, various homas that are happening in the Adi Kailasa. You can see the glimpses of the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam, Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. So join now for this COVID Care Protection Center at Adi Kailasa and register now through the link below at https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. If you need any further clarification, if you need any further information, you can post your comments in the chat. We'll get back to you. Register now in this link below, the link which is projected, and reach out to, some of us will be reaching out to you with further information. Thank you all for listening, and save yourself without delay for this Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers, and register now through the link which is projected, and save yourself, and let's pay our gratitude to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Thank you all for listening. Nithyanandam.
with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையும் தரும் நித்யனின் தரிசனம் தன்னை தானறியவே இவை அசைவிடி தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் மறைப்பொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி தொகும் தரிசனம் பிறை சூடிய சடை நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே மறைப்பொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி தொகும் தரிசனம் பிறை சூடிய சடை நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே அவள் வேண்டி வேண்டி திரளான கூச்சமுவை தேடி வரும் அல்லவா மலை நான்கின் பொருளுணர்த்த நானும் கண்டருள கையிலை உதித்ததல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தல்லவா உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் என் தரிசனம் தன்னை தான் அறியவே இவை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் கடலும் கரைகளும் உன் திரு கைகள் தந்ததே இரவும் பகலுமே உன் திரு கண்ணில் அசையுதே நாங்கள் என்ன கோள்கள் என்ன உம்மை பற்றிட ஏழு புவனங்களும் உம்மை சுற்றிட பொருளும் அருளும் தர மனதின் இருவிலக பரமசிவ தரிசனம் மாயை வென்று விட ஞானம் பெற்று விட மோட்சம் தரும் தரிசனம் பல சித்த புருஷர்களின் ஞானி யோகிகளின் தவமெனின் தரிசனம் அடியும் முடியையும் ஒன்றாய் காண்பதற்கு கையிலையில் தரிசனம் சதுர்வேத கோஷமுடன் நாத கீதங்களின் ஒளியில் இடி தரிசனம் அங்கம் தொட்டு பிண்டம் வரையிலும் சாட்சியாகும் ஐயன் தரிசனம் சொல்ல வார்த்தை ஏதும் இல்லையே சொக்கநாதன் நுந்தன் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தா 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 ஸ்ரீ உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையும் தரும் தீயனின் தரிசனம் கண்ணை காணறியவே இவை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையும் தரும் தீயனின் தரிசனம் கண்ணை காணறியவே இவை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம்
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedar, Kotari, visitors, viewers, Sarvanyapita Yajamans, Kartas, Vidyeshwara, Ganeshwara, Mantreshwara, Lokeshwara, Astreshwara. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message from Kailasa. Listen. Physics of the conscious sovereignty is all about building body with a spiritual stamina to hold the conscious sovereignty and radiate the conscious sovereignty. Listen. I'm just filled with the Paramashiva space. The me I am experiencing in me is the cosmic me, the Paramashiva. And I also know the me you are experiencing in you right now is also part of that Paramashiva's me, cosmic me. With this deep love of oneness, you are Paramashiva, I am Paramashiva, we both put together is part of Paramashiva. He has filled me, awakened me, enlightened me, manifesting in me with that extreme joy, ecstasy I am sharing with you. Raw, naked truth as it is. As it is. Listen. With extreme love and compassion, I am sharing it as it is. Listen. Spiritual stamina means your ability to cognize Paramashiva, letting him manifest his will, his experience of himself. That is what is most important. See, whoever decides to trust my introduction about me, I feel so overwhelmingly loved by them and loving them. Listen. Love means whoever trusts your introduction up by yourself, about yourself, you simply love that person and that person simply loves you. Listen. When you trust Krishna's introduction about himself, who he is, how he is, how he feels about himself, Adityanam Aham Vishnu, how Krishna declares among the Adityas. So, he opens himself. When you feel connected, you decide to feel connected, you choose to like, love, trust what Krishna introduces about him as as himself. When you decide to trust, simply Krishna consciousness manifests in you. If you decide to trust the anti-Krishna gang, abusers, their version of Krishna, how Saguni talks about Krishna and Krishna's sexuality, how Shishubala talks about Krishna and Krishna's sexuality, how Shishubala describes Krishna and Krishna's people. Shishubala may give very valid, logical evidences for your independent investigation. He may have everything to support your independent investigation. The selfie Krishna took when he hacked his gopikas may be available for you. Whether the Shishubala and his culinary gang, the Shishubala gang is able to convince you or not able to convince you, the moment you decide to follow Shishubala's description about Krishna, you will reach the same space Shishubala is in.
You will attract the same kind of people Shishubala like, and you will naturally be in Shishubala's gang and die, rot, destroy yourself. Listen. Whom you choose to trust, feel connected, you fall into that gang. Whenever you choose to decide, you decide to listen about my introduction about me, my definition about me. You enjoy the space given to me by Paramashiva. Now I am introducing me. The me in me is manifestation of cosmic me, Paramashiva Paramburul. It has realized the me in you is also part of Paramashiva. Listen. So sit sincerely with the decision, you, me, both are part of Paramashiva, and that Paramashiva is awakened in me, and now giving this satsang and Shaktipada, Shaktinipada to awaken Paramashiva in you. That's all. This is the exact, precise, truthful, honest introduction of what is happening now as me, as you, as cosmic Paramashiva. So understand, sit with this cognition, whatever I am talking will become reality in you. Whatever I am revealing will become reality in you. So first thing, physics of conscious sovereignty. Conscious sovereignty is the ultimate of life. Physics of conscious sovereignty is building a body with a spiritual stamina. Listen intensely. Listen carefully, deeply. Every word now I utter can become your realization, your experience. So listen. Building a body with a conscious stamina. Actually, building a body with a spiritual stamina, conscious stamina, is very easy job. Too easy. I can give you just some 10-15 simple tips. If you start following for few days, automatically you will build a body
with a conscious stamina which can manifest Paramashivatva. Because my gurus have done it for me. I know the precise methodology. Without wasting much time, I can teach you. Many instructions, tips I would have given you. Please add castor oil in your food every day, at least 1 teaspoon. See, don't add too much castor oil, then you may feel dehydrated, tired. At least 1 or 2 teaspoon per day or per meal. See, if you are taking only 1 meal a day, then go for just 1 teaspoon, not more than that. So based on the food intake, choose. These are 2 simple instructions. It's not something very difficult, complicated, very simple. Vegetarian lifestyle, what I claim, that Shaivite lifestyle, most easiest lazy man's method to build a conscious sovereignty spiritual body. Listen. Conscious sovereign space, the conscious sovereignty space, that stamina, body with that stamina. Once you start manifesting, you will feel so happy to live inside your body. I'll give you 2 simple instructions and few truths to build the physics. Listen. Physics of the conscious sovereignty is building strong physical body with a spiritual stamina that starts manifesting the right physics, everything you need for manifesting conscious stamina. I tell you, I can give you 1 or 2 examples. When you start having spiritual stamina, conscious stamina, you will carry such an amazing space. Anyone can ask anything. You will never feel irritated. You just know you are so happy they asked you. You will never feel demanded. You are so happy. The people come into your space. More and more people you enjoy in your space, more and more you are a successful being. Because you know your pure space never gets trampled by even millions of people entering into your space. The conscious stamina triggers, snowballs, initiates thousands of good things in your life. I tell you, 1 teaspoon castor oil can keep you in a pleasant mood 24 hours. Don't take my words casually. I am very serious. If you start doing it, you will understand. If you start doing it, you will understand. Within 6 months, you will understand. Just use castor oil. You may think, what, castor oil? To remove the irritation? Yes, I am telling you. Castor oil will remove the parasites sitting inside your stomach, which triggers irritation continuously. The castor oil and parasites are anti. They don't like each other. And I tell you, I am a Dhyana Siddha by birth. By birth, master in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, because even while entering into the body, I carried my Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Within the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi only, I even assumed this body. Even I had once a difficulty in Tiruvannamalai during the Deepam festival. The roadside, the gulfi ice, people will come and sell gulfi ice. In those days, the gulfi ice will not be available regularly in Tiruvannamalai. Only during the festival times, big festival times, it will be available. So, Raghupati Yogi, he always takes me from home to the temple to teach yoga and brings me back, and he will be actually holding my hand, literally, and walking, especially during these festivals, lot of crowd. Na? So he will hold my hand and walk. That Gulfi Ice guys, they will have a bell in their cycle, tricycle, and sell the Gulfi Ice. I was listening to that bell. That bell was very nice sound. I was looking at the bell and listening. Raghupati Yogi thought that I want that ice cream. That's why I am looking at that tricycle. He asked, you want to eat that Gulfi Ice? I neither said yes nor said no, because there was no interest in that ice cream, because I never tasted it and I don't know what it is. And I was only listening to that bell, very nice sound. I did not say yes or no, but he thought maybe I want, but I am feeling a little shy to ask him. So he told, Varakane sapla. He gave me, he bought and gave one ice, and when I ate, I really enjoyed. It was very tasty. The way I ate itself, he understood, I enjoyed, so he got one more. I enjoyed that also. Until the second one, I did not ask. The third one, I myself said, get one more. Then he started laughing. He said, more than this, I don't know whether you will catch cold, because usually the Deepam festival comes in a cold season. That December, November, December is the time Deepam festival comes. So naturally weather was also cold. So he said, I don't know whether you will catch cold. But because I asked, he could not say, he didn't want to say no, he just got. Finally I ate 5. And next day, he was making me do some process. The impact of the cold weather and the Gulfi ice cream, both had little kapha. So he was asking me to sit in certain position
to help me do my spiritual process. Usually he will make me sit and do any rituals need to be done, like a yajna or homa, small havan or puja, and then initiate me into the pranayama or the kriya which I am supposed to do. And he did all that rituals and he started initiating me, telling me to do what I am supposed to do. But I was missing few steps, especially some of the kumbhaka, some of the pranayama. If I have to hold the breath for 60 seconds, he will just tell that I have to hold till he counts 60. I will just hold. That's all. There is no question of that 58, I will leave the breath, or 59, I'll start changing the breathing pattern. Nothing. Simply I'll obey what he says. That day at least 2 times I missed the count. He was counting 1, 2, sometimes just to test me. After number 20 or 30, he will miss and he will start. No, wait, I'll start. Then he will again start 1, 2, 3. He's an amazing, extremely loving, patient guru. I only visualize them, their love for me, their patience for me, the way they worked on me. Whenever I need to work with my kids, this is what exactly I remember. I just hold them in my inner space. That is why I keep all their photographs. And I want all the ashrams to keep all their photographs just for the amount of tyaga they have done. And he was counting, but 2-3 times I missed that pranayama count. The coherence, the number of seconds I need to hold, I missed. Before he completed the number, I released the breath. I changed the flow of the breath. He understood that kapha is inside. 5 gulfi ice cream, that kapha is inside. And he just got the karsalangani leaf and a few leaves and put it in his thumb and put it on my upper palate. Nicely started rubbing with his thumb. The whole pitta and kapha came out through all the 5 holes. 2 eyes, nose, mouth, and through the ears. Through the ears, it won't come like a liquid or solid. It will come like a sound, air. The whole pitta came out. Kapha came out. Then he made me sit. Not only I could perform the pranayama, I could simply see the visualization I am supposed to hold during the pranayama. I tell you, after that, throughout my life, during wandering any time, I never suffered, never took any allopathy medicine for cough or cold, kapha or pitta. Please understand. If you are Ayurvedic doctor, you will understand what I am saying. Pitta makes your mind feel the mental suffocation. Kapha makes your body feel the suffocation. Pitta binds you, chains you mentally. Kapha binds you, chains you physically. Physically means internal organs. after this one understanding, of course, even now I don't enjoy ice cream. Rarely, if the disciples want to eat, to give company, if needed, sometimes I take, but there is no liking for the ice cream or any food. That is different. But even due to weather change or any reason, never ever I suffered by pitta or kapha. I want to tell you all, so much of suffering you all go through in your life due to pitta and kapha, and not even know that it is because of pitta and kapha. See, when you feel the suffocation inside your internal organs due to kapha, you scream at everyone. When you suffer the pitta, even you are not sure about your future. Please understand. See, after that, many times I used to do the same. I'll make that karsalangani either as a paste or a powder or some form, just leaf or kalvathila vechi arachi. It means kalvam is a stone, small stone, on that if you keep the leaf and put little water and make it like a paste. In some form, I'll apply it on my thumb and put it on the palate, upper palate. So the whole pitta and kapha will come out. Listen carefully. It's very important. Because the pitta and kapha is cleansed again and again, not only I never suffered the cough, cold and its impact, I always felt very stable about myself and my future decision. Listen carefully. Your pitta is responsible for making you doubt about yourself and about your future. See, many times you feel insecure. Oh, if I take sannyas, will I be happy in Kailasa? If I take up this commitment, will I be happy in my life? Not being sure about yourself, you destroy your life so much. So many wonderful things in your life is lost because you don't feel sure about yourself. Especially spiritually, consciously. I've seen so many people have this problem. Will I be happy if I take sannyas? Will I be able to be peaceful and happy if I choose to be with Swamiji? Will I be happy if I choose to be in Kailasa? All you need is just this Karsalangani powder, Karsalangani leaf, and every day apply on your upper palate and clean the whole pitta and kapha. Make your body samatva body, samatva sarira. I tell you, he gave me 5 gulfi ice cream. He gave me something, the greatest, which is useful in my life till today. That is using Karsalangani and taking out all the pitta and kapha and making me balanced. Listen, whenever your internal organs are strong, your breathing becomes strong. Strong breathing builds a strong internal organs
strong body. Very easily you will build strong muscles. Karsalanganni powder. Taking it in your thumb, applying on the upper palate and cleaning all the kapha and pitta is such a simple act. It's not at all difficult. Karsalangani is available even in Amazon nowadays. That powder. And it's available in every village home in India. In every village, you will see Karsalangani, Ponnanganni, Murungakkira. Add all this stuff in your life every day. Karsalanganni, Ponnanganni, Tooduvala, Murungakkira. Just the simple instruction. I tell you, strong internal organs, when the kapha is cleansed, you get the stamina in your breathing, strong breathing. When pitta is cleansed, you get the strong visualization. You will not have doubt about yourself. When sometimes people tell me, Swamiji, I can't handle, I don't know how to care about how to carry on with my life. I feel like I may have a mental breakdown. This problem is because of the pitta. If you ever had the feeling, oh, I may have a mental breakdown, I cannot handle this, I'm feeling suffocated. If you had this problem, your problem is simply pitta, nothing else. Apply Karsalanganni on your upper palate. Clean your pitta. You will have so much confidence about you. You will have so much confidence about you. I tell you. You may never imagine such a simple acts can solve such huge problems in your life. You don't even need to do this cleaning the pitta and kapha every day. But actually, if you start using, you may really enjoy it and you may start doing every day. If you start doing every day, great. But even if you do 3 times a day, 4 times a day, you will start feeling so much of confidence about yourself. You will be so sure of you. Yes, I can handle life. See, samatvam means at any situation of my life, I am only going to decide everything as per dharma, and same way I will live and leave the body with the same dharma. If needed, I will take another one body, continue to strengthen my dharma till I reach moksha. Over. Being sure about yourself, adopting dharma as the strategy for life.
is the most ultimate peaceful decision you can take in your life. Once you decide, come what may, I am going to decide everything, handle everything based on dharma. Over. That moment you are enlightened, you are liberated, you are free. Because after that you don't need your cunning, strategic, culinary mind. See, this extremely selfish, violent, strategic mind may brainwash you that it is very useful for you and can bring a lot of benefits to you in your life. But it takes away your peace by making you doubt about yourself and literally destroys your confidence on you. Listen. If you are a person always strategizes with extreme selfishness, cunningness, calculativeness, and believe that is the best way to exist, all the time you will have a self-doubt. Did I take the right decision early in my past? Am I taking the right decision in the present? Am I squeezing the orange called world life and getting the maximum juice and pleasure out of it for me? Am I really making the world productive for me? In this constant cunningness, you will burn yourself. And this creates so much of stress, suffocation, suffering inside you. Your whole life becomes cunning strategy, and even you are afraid whether you will be able to retain your cunning strategic existence continuously, because you will be attracting the same type of people cunning around you, and everyone around you also will know that you are a complete cunning strategist. Understand? Then you put yourself in a hell. I tell you, a simple sweet being attracts the same kind of people around him, around them, and create that kind of ecosystem, and everyone feels that person is simple, sweet, and you create a beautiful ecosystem for you to enjoy your life. I tell you, best thing you can earn by being a simple, loving, sweet being, you will attract that same kind of people around you, and people around you will experience you as a sweet being. That gives an amazing ultimate protection, completion for you forever. This is the greatest gift. Greatest gift being loving can get you is the beings who are loving. Being loving will get you beings who are loving. Being cunning will get you beings who are cunning for you. That's the worst hell. So you can create heaven or hell. It depends on how you decide about you. If you decide, from now, ahimsa paramo dharmaha, dharma is the center with which I'll make all decision. No question of cunning, selfish, constantly
exploiting strategies, because those strategies may get small benefits in the initial level, but will start developing deep self-doubt in you, and that feeling, you not being sure about you and how you will behave and live your life in the future. And finally, it will lead to implosion, you collapsing internally. Decide Swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. Krishna says, even if you practice what I am teaching a little bit, problems of mountain size will be destroyed. Even if you follow the Guru Vak little bit, tons of problems will be destroyed, which is even unknown to you. See, the best thing is when you follow the Guru Vak, simple instructions, the greater problems just disappear. They don't even show up in front of you. You may not even know how many problems you avoided, you escaped. Just this one Karsalangani, cleaning the Vada and Kapha and Pitta. How much I became sure about me. See, when the Kapha and Pitta is balanced, you don't feel suffocated mentally or physically in your internal organs. So you will always take very dharmic decisions, not irritated, agitated, aggressive mood. You will not make decisions. All decisions you make during the I, Kapha and Pitta are dangerous to your life and to your existence. Keeping the Kapha and Pitta balanced will make you always take very sweet, beautiful decisions. Life will flow such powerful way. You know, even if you obey Guru's instruction, one small instruction, 10,000s of big problems will not even come to you. Not only you will be solving any problem comes to you, there are many problems which will never come to you. Many problem will never come to you. Any problem which comes to you, you will simply dissolve it. That is why even now I have the habit. I will not calculate my Guru Vaks to the direct benefit it brings. See, if I calculate, if I apply Karsalangani on my upper palate and remove the Vada, Pitta, the Kapha and Pitta and Kapha, I will not catch cold. I can breathe freely. If I calculate and make the logical decision, only when I have a cough, cold, I will practice and I will have the benefit. But many times simply I will follow the Guru Vak. Wherever I see the Karsalangani in my wanderings and wherever I can get, simply I will start applying. Because I just want to do what my Gurus told me. Because of my obedience to my Guru Vak,
Not only I never suffered with cough, cold, the kapha and pitta problems, I always had a samatva, balanced decision making, dharmic decision making, inner space, which brought tremendous strength about me, being sure about me. I tell you, when I got out of my home, when I left my home, I never had insecurity or not being sure about how I will handle my future. Whatever future brings, how I will handle, never had a problem. Same way, in 40, literally after establishing kingdoms, everything I need for my life, I just walked out of everything. I had the same spirit, courage, confidence. I can rebuild. I can create what I want. I can face my life. Whatever my life brings, I can handle it. I was so sure about me. Me being sure about my ability to handle the future, whatever future may bring, that is what I call my Shraddha towards my Guru Parampara. Hey, I will obey my Guru Vak. Come what may, I have the confidence to face it. That's all was my inner space. When I stepped out of Adi Kailash campus, people who were with me, they are the witness. I made the statement, it is time to make Hindu Samrajya, Hindu nation. I just know whatever life brings, I can handle it. With the grace of my Guru Parampara, Paramashiva, I made it. Actually, they made it. Their grace, their blessings, their energy. They made the Kailasa. They manifested it now. Listen. You being sure about you, to live the Guru Vak, is the greatest spiritual stamina. I'm repeating. You being sure about you, to live the Guru Vak, is the spiritual stamina. Castor oil, applying Karsalangani every day with your thumb on the upper palate and cleaning the pitta and kapha. All these simple acts will bring spiritual stamina in your life. You will be sure about following the Guru Vak, the highest vision for you. You will be so sure about it. You will have so much of spiritual stamina, confidence. Simply you will manifest Paramashiva in you. The biggest negativity in your life is your fear. Will I be able to handle myself if I just follow my Guru Vak? If I just go with my guru's words? Will I be able to handle what life brings it to me? Will I have the stamina to handle? Will I have a mental breakdown? Will I collapse? Hey, how can you die by drinking nectar? Many times people tell me, if I meditate, if I do unclutching, will I have mental breakdown? Will I die? There is no document, record ever in the whole world. Anybody having a mental breakdown through unclutching or death by meditating. By not meditating, there were millions having mental breakdown, had and having. By not unclutching, there are millions who die very cheap death. Even in death, there should be dignified death. I am seeing now in this pralaya, in this corona, people are so suffocated to keep themselves inside a room or a house. They feel it's okay. I just want a fresh air. I cannot handle this anymore. Let me go out for a walk. Just for fresh air, they go out and leave the breath itself. For fresh breath, they go out. Get corona, get fresh body itself, not just fresh breath. I am seeing, understand? Now the next level variants of corona. Corona plus, Delta plus and Lambda corona. All these are not only highly infectious, high death rate. Even though people know all this information, just the imaginary suffocation, unable to mentally handle the pitta and kapha. Pitta is responsible for mental suffocation. Unable to handle the pitta, they go out and get the real problem called corona. See, pitta is only an imaginary problem. Your mental suffocation is just imaginary problem. But corona is the real physical problem. Listen. Not having the conscious stamina, spiritual stamina, not having the spiritual stamina can even kill you. All these people, due to suffocation, mental suffocation, go out and get corona and die, are all dying just because they were not taught the science of unclutching and meditation. If they had the fortune of getting the unclutching and meditation in their life, they will know how to handle their mental suffocation. Unclutching is as simple as applying the Karslangani powder on your upper palate and cleaning the pitta and kapha. Many people are asking the name of the Karslangani, other names of Karslangani. I know only these two names, Karslangani and Bringaraj. I don't know the English technical name. Maybe you guys can Google Karslangani and Bringaraj. These two are the names I know of the leaf I am talking about, the herb I am talking about.
So now listen. Just not able to handle your suffocation. Inner space. You getting the real problem. Like real corona. Criminal negligence becoming crime itself. See, you not able to handle your suffocation, your pitta, all this is criminal negligence. Finally, it becomes crime itself when you get the corona. So I want to give one more information. The Karsalangani is also called false daisy. False daisy is an English word used for Karsalangani, Bringaraj. Actually, it should be named as a true daisy. I don't know why they named it as a false daisy. Anyhow, that is the word in use. Okay. Listen. Let me give you basic few revelations to achieve spiritual stamina. Your body with a spiritual stamina is the fundamental requirement for manifesting conscious sovereignty, Paramashivatva. And it is not difficult, too simple. As I said, just applying Karsalangani and cleaning the Pitta and Kapha has made me feel so secure about me, sure about me, and my ability to handle come what may. See, my ability to handle come what may is my Shraddha to my Guru Parampara, to my Paramashiva, Arunagiri Yogishwara. You can see how they initiated the virtuous circle in me. I simply obey their words, and that brings so much of benefits. So that makes me so sure about my future. And that is what is the trust on my Guru Parampara. So the love feeds trust, trust feeds love, love feeds more trust feeds more love. That just becomes such powerful virtuous circle and becomes enlightenment, oneness, Paramadvaita. That's all. That's all. I think getting into that virtuous circle is what is the conscious stamina. Spiritual stamina. Listen carefully.
I never strategized and obeyed my Guru's words. Simply my Guru walk, I'll do it. Over. Even now I am seeing many people are trying to say, oh, Corona is settled, it is not that bad. Be very clear, it is not settled. Now all these people moving around freely in the market. The other day I saw in the media, the news, so much crowd in that Chennai shopping street, Ranganathan street or the T Nagar. Like a festival, Utsava, Deepavali. Oh God. Dress is so important than life. Or are they buying dresses to dress up when they are dead? I don't know. I don't know why the dress and jewels are so important than life itself. I could not understand. See, people going to food to get groceries, at least that I can tolerate. Because without food they will die. They can't be without food. But people going for clothes, jewels, other things, I just don't know what to say. And I am telling you, the social setup of India is going to terribly fail Indians in this Corona time. When I say India, it's not just the India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, that same mental setup countries, Malaysia, Nepal, everywhere, this collective integrity missing. See, they don't care about others dying by they spreading the corona. They don't care about the mask. They don't care about people. Sometimes when people get corona, they get so vengeful. They go and spread also without telling. Please listen carefully. With Paramashiva's grace, directly Paramashiva himself manifesting with so much effort. I saved Jyotika. She is alive. She is not dead. She is saved. But still she has not recovered completely. She has not recovered completely. Still I am not able, I am working. Still she has not become completely healthy. I am not able to make her travel from Chennai to Bangalore because the oxygen level goes ups and downs. She is alive. She is corona negative, means corona free. But still she has not recovered, become healthy. And once she becomes healthy, I have to work and detox her body to start manifesting powers. That is another huge task. Because corona does large damage to the internal organs. Even if they don't die, the damage done to the internal organs and for their physical activism and mentally being alive, those capabilities damaged is extreme. It takes such huge effort to recover them and retrieve them and completely bring them back to normal. Literally like a conscious blanket I surrounded her. Of course, few more of my disciples who got corona. Literally, I was sitting in samadhi and surrounding them as conscious blankets, protecting them, recovering, healing them. It's like a literally conscious ventilator, the spiritual super ventilator protection. Even with that, I could only save them. They are alive, but yet to recover completely. Understand the corona and its impact. Don't take it light. And especially in India, people freely moving around does not mean corona is over. Actually, the people freely moving around, they are inviting the third wave corona quickly. And the worst thing with the third wave corona is it is going to be the Delta plus and Lambda. The worst viruses. The viruses. What to say that? Its own updated version. I don't want to make further statements about corona. I only want all my disciples who obey me, just stay home, stay safe, have multi-layer quarantine in your home. If you cannot, go to Adi Kailash and save yourself before it becomes too late. Especially countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Malaysia. Now I heard the good news. Even the Malaysians can travel to India. If you want to save yourself, simply go to Adi Kailash, where you are given multi-layer quarantine. Be there. Safeguard yourself before it becomes too late. Multi-layer quarantine is too important. Let me reveal more and more sacred secrets to build conscious stamina. Have haritaki, tuduvale, murunga leaf in your food regularly. Just the simple 10-20 instructions. I can put it elaborately and share it with you all. Whatever I share today Start doing Vakyartha Sadas. The speed with which people are coming out and moving around, India or Malaysia or Nepal or Bangladesh or Pakistan, everywhere, I can see very clearly they are inviting the third wave, which I don't want to talk much about it. I can only say that they are bringing worst thing on themselves. Because the collective integrity is not there. People don't care about what will happen to the whole society. See, people think, oh, what is there if few people get corona and they go to hospital, and it is not that easy, that simple. When the medical infrastructure is broken, failing by overload, so many other things are broken, failing due to overload. Social infrastructure, administration infrastructure, judicial everything gets overloaded. And the anarchy and chaos, where unjustified number of deaths and losses, and no value for life. No value for life. Don't listen to anybody's opinion about corona. Just protect yourself with multi-layer quarantine. That's all. Just protect yourself with multi-layer quarantine. Neither get constipated by conspiracy theories, nor get cheated by this positive idea Bhagwas. Just have multi-layer quarantine and protect yourself before it is too late. Especially people in the Asian countries. In US, the society structure itself is a quarantine structure. Nobody comes to your home that without invitation or freely, easily. In India, anyone will walk into any house. That is the way social structure is. I still remember, if the home main door is locked, people will ask, hey, why are you keeping the house door locked in the daytime? In the daytime, you are not supposed to keep the house main door locked. So if you have any relatives, friends, especially all my disciples all over the world, my Adinavasis, my Gurukul kids, my Sannyasis, my Brahmacharis, my Brahmacharinis, all of you listen. I am talking to you directly. If you have your family, if you have your friends, if you have any important people you need to protect, Either get them out of Asian countries, India, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Nepal, Pakistan, all that, Indonesia, that area, Malaysian countries, get them out. Or get them to Adi Kailash, where they can have multi-layer quarantine. Do one in these two. Prevention is the best way to protect yourself from corona. Because the third wave may be the worst wave. The death rate is too high. Delta plus and lambda corona, these are too high death rate. Infection rate, the way they spread, before even you realize or go to hospital, the person is killed. The person is dead. Before even you realize you have corona, you are dead. Before even you are taken to hospital due to any symptom or complication, you are dead. That's the way it is going. So, the social structure of India is going to fail Indians during this pandemic. This freely moving around, freely touching, freely going anywhere, anyone, and going to shops, luxury shops, going for shopping. I don't know. When I saw the crowd in Ranganathan Street in Tinagar, I was shocked. In the crowd, corona may get killed. That level of crowd. That's all I have to say. Multi-layer quarantine in your home is not possible. If it is really possible, it is possible only in Adi Kailash. So go there and save yourself. Is all I can say for now. And if you are already in Adi Kailash, celebrate. You are directly protected by Paramashiva. You are in his space. Enjoy the safety and security given by Paramashiva directly. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, collective integrity and enriching causing, living Paramadvaitam, the Shuddhaadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढा श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूपा परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्याव